Okay, are we live? How's this look? Yeah, okay. We're live. Perfect. Okay, so today's going to be a little bit of a different setup. So my plan here today is to go and showcase a live coding thing of how I build software in the Salesforce platform. Salesforce is a little bit unique in that I write a lot of code for clients, and so I don't necessarily have the privilege of being able to just showcase that. But because this is something for my business, I am able to showcase what this looks like for me and my company. So, super excited. A little bit of, I don't know, stream jitters. Because, yeah, first time coding and streaming. But it's all good. So, with that out of the way, let's talk about what we are building. And that would be a Jira integration. And so we have two systems, right? So we have Salesforce and we have Jira. And what I want to talk about is the objects that we're going to be integrating, right? So we have account and opportunity and potentially case. And in Jira we have issues, projects, fixed versions. Trying to think what else we are looking to integrate. We can start with that. But so, and maybe we can, how do I make these bigger? Here we go, perfect. So we have the account, opportunity, and case from Salesforce, and we're looking to update this. We also will want the work logs from Tempo at some point. Okay, so just very quickly, so Salesforce is a obviously where everything's going, and what I want to be able to do is basically I use Jira for my project tracking, right? And so what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to take, basically I want to automate my onboarding process as well as be able to run reports against projects from Jira, right? So what that means in practice is that an account in Salesforce is going to be I believe it's called project, but the key, project key, right? So that will be an integration. We want when an opportunity gets moved to closed one, we want to be able to go and create a new fixed version for that project, right? And the final thing that we want to do is we want to be able to go and what is this? The string, this is lower the recommended current bit rate. I don't know. Okay. So when this is closed one, right? And we want to be able to potentially have, I'm not sure if this is the best way of doing this, but we can either have these in cases, or we can have this in, so issues will be either cases or they will be some custom object, I'm not entirely sure. And obviously we need work logs. And these will be in, I'm not sure. Okay, so that's what we're building. Exchange current bitrate. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will look at this later. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's jump into, I guess, Salesforce, right? Maybe VS Code. Make this a little bit bigger. I don't know how to make this bigger. It's all good. Okay, with that out of the way, let's jump into VS Code. So what I want to do here at the start is take my code and turn it into the let me see if I can fix this bitrate thing. I don't know if I have a shit bitrate because of my, oh, well, it's just a setting. Let's see if that works. Okay, so I just increased the bitrate, so hopefully I'm not getting any messages. I don't know if that changes anything, but yeah. Let me know. Okay. So let's go. So I just have my new org template. I basically cloned everything. This is all, no one cares about this. So Salesforce Jira integration to do. So we want to be able to, I don't know if we can do this in GitHub, but we want to be able to go and do a few things, right? So we want to create project. Let me see what this is called as well. Oops. Yes, we want to create a project from an account. We want to create a fixed version from opportunity. I want to authenticate with Jira and Salesforce. We want to create issues from, create cases from issues. We want to be able to sync work logs from Jira to Salesforce. And one of the things I would like to do, I did want to look into unlocked packages, so I will potentially try to do that as well. So with that out of the way, the first thing that I want to be able to do is go and I want to be able to go and actually understand the authentication schema. So let me figure out Jira docs. Jira server. Is this? It's been some time. I built a Jira integration in a few actually in the past. But Jira REST Cloud. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Now this is in beta. REST API version 3 beta. Not sure I understand the difference. Let's see. Probably just build this in version 3. It should be fine. What could go wrong, right? So I like to do two things when I am creating integrations. I use a tool called Postman, which I'm opening up now. I have to switch the way I have to switch the credentials so that then I just don't leak all of my client's stuff, because I would not be so appreciative of that. It's very slow when I'm streaming. Let's see. YouTube. Don't save. Don't save. Don't save. And are these? Yeah, these are saved. So let me just delete this, delete that. I believe we want basic auth, but it's been some time. So, okay, so authentication. The first thing we want to do is get authentication up and running. And if I remember correctly, the last time I did this was through some sort of admin for 4Jobs issue. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I'm just doing this through my stuff. So let's see. I'll grab this link. Unfortunately, this is the really boring stuff, because I can't show my stuff on stream. So And I also, what do I want? My Jira instance .net slash /issue method not allowed. Okay. So let's see, what are we doing here? It's all about authentication, I don't care. Guides, reference. Okay, so that's working. So let's see. Yeah, I'll probably just reset this later. So here's what we're looking at. Bring this to a new tab so I can have OBS open. So here's what we're looking at, right? So I have OBS up and running, right? I have Postman. This is a REST client that allows us to go and explore REST calls, right? And I had to do a bunch of stuff so I don't get doxxed, so that looks a little boring, right? But here's what we have. We have username and password. I generated this inside of the stream environment. I generated this inside of the Jira like account environment, right? So if we look at here, they have something here, right? So I just went to this link, Atlassian account, and really just followed the instructions. Now, the great thing about Postman is it kind of just does all this stuff for you, right? So it's just the user email and the API token, just as an authorization, right? So Postman does this. When we get to doing this and building this inside of Salesforce, Salesforce will also go and encode all this, so we don't need to worry about that. And then I went and just did a project endpoint. So this is going to be deprecated, so we don't need to worry too much about this because we won't actually be looking at this specific URL, but it is quite good. The next thing that I want to do is get an actual endpoint that we're going to build out, right? So getting specific projects is good. So I can use a project ID or key. I believe I want to use this because I want to check. So if I go and have a project key, I don't think I'm using this test. You can see no project could be found with test. And I'm probably going to regret this, but I think sync is a internal one sync. Okay. Now, do I need the ID or the key? So capitals. Okay, yeah. So you can see here I have my project, right? And you can see issue types and there's actually a few things that are very important here. Now, this is my internal project for just getting stuff done, but I'm able to go and find and look at this information, right? And so, let's see. So we'll need to implement the get project, right? So maybe we can go and put like some kind of subtasks is like implement. What is the URL? Like, maybe I could just copy it like this. Oops. Oops. This. Right. And then I will obviously also want to create a project, which will have a post. Right. Post. Right. So, and I know there's going to be different requirements on this. On this product, but let's see here. I mean, look, like at the end of the day, we got to start with something, right? So let's go and I guess get this going. So to get this implemented, I will need the name credential. And so because I'm on stream, I'm probably going to just implement this first. So let's go and do that. Let me just pause my screen recording really fast. Or maybe I can't. It's a little annoying. Okay, we'll log in on this screen. Okay, so in this right here, this is just a fresh, this is a fresh Salesforce instance that I created in my consulting org. So I have when you're a partner, you get a lot of benefits. One of them is that you get an org that you can go and use to create more Salesforce stuff, which is good because I can go and package this down the line. So to get started, let's create a name credential. I actually wrote a very good blog on this. Yeah, I wrote a good blog on this, so I will just go and probably use this. Now the thing is that this is for OAuth 2, and I just need basic authentication. So let's see here. I guess we need an auth provider. I'm assuming we need just basic. Maybe we don't need a auth provider if it's not OAuth 2. I've done this once, so bear with me. Jira. Call it this. And then we will want to create the name credential. Jira, I think we should call it Jira. The URL is going to be the URL that we used for the API, right? So you can see this is my Jira URL. Now I don't know, let's just start with all of this. We can adjust as needed. We take this, we allow this, and this is fine for now. We may need to adjust these settings later on, but that looks good. Next thing we want to do is we will want to create the permission set. So let's just go ahead and, this is fine. I'll just create a permission set. That goes and tells us the Jira permissions. So one of the things here I think is important to call out is that when we're going and doing integrations, generally when you're starting from Salesforce, you want to use name credentials and permission sets, right? And I mean, you use permission sets anyway. But when we're starting, so just to reiterate, when we're starting from Salesforce, we want to use permission, right? Because that's what gives Salesforce users the ability to connect to the other system, right? Because basically we're holding credentials, like in this case, we're just going to have a name and a password stored in this name credential, and that's going to allow us to, my stream's down. Dropped frames, all right. Whatever. Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to start with Salesforce for the integration, right? So it's like you want to go and have a user click an action, and that will go and connect to a third-party system. We're going to be using name credentials to control that information. What is this? What is this? Okay, I don't care. If we're starting from a third-party system, right? So I have, I actually, probably shouldn't talk about this, but we have 3 concurrent for you. So shout out to you guys. And if you guys have any questions, please leave comments, and I'm happy to answer kind of any Salesforce-related questions that you guys have. But inside of a third-party system, like I recently built a bubble integration, right? So I'll be putting a tutorial out soonish on that. We can use integration users to go and control that, right? So anyway, from here, I guess I created this a little bit prematurely, so let me go back to the name credential. Because the way that this works is this actually goes and uses the principal here. And I'm just going to go and not do this. Hold on. We gotta get all this stuff over. Okay, so now that that was created, no data, stream will end shortly. Keep dropping frames. I'll just go and reduce this. Okay, so so what I did is I just created the principal, right? And so that gives us what the principal does is it allows us to go and configure if a user goes and has like an individual identity, right? And so the idea would be like if you had every single person at your company authenticated through Jira, then you could use a per user identity. But here we don't want that. We want only the like one account for all people, right? So we have kind of this like super user, and so we'll just go and have this as a named principal, right? So named principal, everyone at the company, per user. You have to actually specify like individual people. So anyway, now that that's out of the way, we can go and go to permission sets, and we can go to Jira permission set that I created. We can go and just what here. No, it's not here. Means all user requests will go through that principal. Yes. So when it's set as like print, I forget the way that it's set up. And they continuously change this. So and I clicked the wrong thing again. So if you go to the external credential, we have this name prince. Basically, you see how we can have like a related list of all principals? What we can do is like, this could be like a fallback, and you also have, here is a sequence number, right? So this means that everybody can use it, and if you went and have like per user, then not necessarily everybody can use it, right? So the example would be like, if you had wanted everybody to go and use this access, right? This doesn't necessarily apply to Jira, but let's say that you want everybody to use some sort of like basic access to Jira, but then only like people like a senior engineer or whatever could go and use have the ability to see all the projects. Then he could have like a different principal that would be attached to him in that per user principal. But keep in mind, this is only for like when you have the access to the principal. So you still need to use permission sets to go and set up the access, right? So if someone doesn't have access to the permission set, they can't go and run the callouts. So hopefully that makes sense, Red 77. And we can use, so this external credential permission set here. We just want to go ahead and add and save. And there's one other thing, I forget what it's called. And Salesforce added this recently. I have like FAQ here. User credential. Yeah. So Salesforce added this, I don't know. 4 months ago. I'm not sure when they added this. But there's this object called user external credential, and you need to have, what is it that I say you needed to have? Just read access. So you need to have read access on this permission set as well. For this is the actual object that users have access to. So once that's done, we can go and actually authenticate inside of Jira. So very cool. Let's start writing code. Just gonna okay. So with that out of the way, let's get to here. Prettier did not like my formatting. So let's just remove these tabs. Bam. So how do I want to do this? So what I like to do is I like to have a class that kind of holds all the callouts, and then I like to have a separate class that holds the mapping, right? And so if you look at, I have a, yeah, I love Obsidian, it's great. I have a, like if you look at Kimi, my QuickBooks package, what you can do is you can see this pattern, and this is like, I need to update it. I could have, if I knew what I knew today, it would be way better, but here we are, right? You need the projects to learn. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a class called Jira Callout, and I like to go and have these classes that go and hold all the endpoints, right? So we'll have like a endpoint called, you know, like this projects, right? And we'll have anything else. And the reason why I like to do this is because in Jira, when it's like this basic auth, it doesn't really matter. But when we go and we have, for instance, QuickBooks is a good example. You need to go and get information, and you need to be able to refresh the call, right? And so you'd want to store that in actual classes, or like actually use object-oriented programming. Whereas when we're doing a lot of these basic methods, I do prefer to use just less object-oriented program, right? And so what I mean by that is we'll go and have mostly methods we use here, like instead of storing information at the class, right? So when you have the refresh token that you need to refresh, you want to store that at the class level in a class variable. But here, because we're just doing basic auth, there's no need for a lot of this stuff. So what I like to do is I like to have a class called HTTP helper, and what this does is this allows us to go and basically pass data through all of our things, right? So we can basically have a string, and which is going to be an endpoint. We want a string for a method. We want a string for a body, and that's a good starting point. And instead of returning nothing, we want to return probably a right. And the way that this works is, let's see. normally I have other code that I just copy this from. But we start with HTTP class, I don't know what I call it. I don't know, HTTP request equals new HTTP request dot set body set method and set endpoint. And then it's what, h.send request Okay, so this is pretty standard HTTP helper. So what we do is we create the HTTP client, we go and create the request, the body, the method, the endpoint. Now one thing we want to do is, this is the endpoint, right? So like, for instance, /projects is an endpoint, right? And so we need to go and actually set the name credential. And so we can go and, like, you can see how I do this inside the my article here, but basically we do callout and then the name credential name, and then we go and pass in whatever additional information we need. Right, so the idea is going to be that we have, this is going to be callout Jira plus endpoint, right? Then we can go and give some param. We can give some description, right? So, and I don't know if this needs to be slash or not, because I forgot what I put this in, but we'll do /projects get, just do value. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and deploy this. Variable does not exist request. So I have this Jira callout class created. I can remove this, deploy this. So now what I want to be able to do, and this is what I like to do, is now that we have this HTTP helper, we can start making public methods, right? So public static HTTP response get project, and we can pass in a string key, and we can return HTTP helper, and this is going to be, if we look at Postman, I know it's a little small, but we have this project /key name, right? So the endpoint is going to be project /plus key. the method is going to be get, and the body is going to be null. One other thing we could do is that this is what I like to do. If the body equals null, then we don't set the body. So, and I forgot a semicolon. Let's get some rudimentary docs here. So with that out of the way, we have our first method built. So not too bad. Let's go ahead and test this, and let's confirm that we can get the data, right? So what we can do is turn on debug logs. I forgot to do this. But I don't think I want to do that. Log SF. Yeah, I forget what this was. Well, okay. So what we can do is basically get project sync. So this is going to look a little funny, but basically, like, if we had, so inside, where is it? I don't know. Normally they have some execute anonymous, but whatever. If we had some place to execute anonymous, what we could do is do that in a separate file, but we can use this execute anonymous apex with currently selected text. And that went and did whatever. I am getting an error. Callout could not access the endpoint. You might not have the required permissions or the named access to the named credential Jira project. So let's add a slash there. The other thing that I want to do is assign the user, because I clearly forgot to do that. So if I go back to permission set, and we can go ahead and assign it to me. So now that that's done, let's go back here and run the same thing again. And we get that this just ran. And now if I get Apex logs, let's see here. So it's still saying the same thing. And that's because I probably didn't deploy this. and I don't know where this is normally stored. I like never use this because honestly I normally use the debug console, but we'll just call file here, execute anonymous text, and we'll add this to the git ignore. So now we can see that we have a success, and the problem is that, yeah, so we get a success, we get a 200, but we did a little oopsie daisy because we didn't debug anything. So let's system.debug response.getBody. So now what we can do is we can go back to the execute anonymous window. We can execute, and I mean you can actually see the logs here. So this is good. This is actually exactly what we want to do. Now, the next thing we want to do is we actually want to be able to parse this information. I already have this data here, and I'm trying to see what the best way of doing this is. So we can use a tool called, and I've featured this on one of my videos before, but we can use a tool called JSON to Apex. And this will take your JSON from your, not what I wanted to do. Right, so we can take the JSON from a project and we can turn that into the actual Apex code that we'll need. Right, so if I just go ahead and paste this in here, we give this a name like Jira project JSON. I think that's fine. We can go ahead and create the JSON here. You can see I have like 1 million of these. Now the problem is that what you'll see is that the problem is that the data itself is all fucked up. And that is because when we go and look at this data, we have, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. So you can see how we have an actual parser. And the reason why we have this parser is because we have text fields that start with numbers. And this isn't inherently bad, right? If you look at, again, like I have code that's public and I point to this code because people can look at this and use this as examples, right? But you can go and see that I have code that looks like this, and there's nothing inherently wrong with this at a technical level where it's like this code executes and runs. But the problem is that it's a really long file, right? It's 315 lines of code, right? And it's really hard to go and maintain, right? So for instance, let's say, I'm not sure if this happened, but if there's an object field, no, it looks like nothing here has a type of object. But if there are types of object, which just means that the tool doesn't know what the type is, then you have to go and set the type, right? If you have to update types, so one of the things that happened with Shopify, for instance, this is very common, is that Shopify stores their IDs as integers, sort of, right? And so the reason why I say that is because at the beginning, I was going and storing these values as integers. And the problem is that as Shopify grew, right, over 5 years, what happened is that their integers got bigger. And the reason why that's a problem is because the integer itself is like, I don't know if it's a 32-bit integer, but it was too small to store the value. And so you need to store it as a long. Well, this JSON to Apex tool doesn't necessarily recognize that it needs to store it as a long instead of an integer. Which again, if you're not parsing these by, that's not a problem because of this, like that's still a problem if you have it in the way that we're going to go through, right? But in general, I would just say as a rule of thumb is this code like this, where it's explicitly parsing, it does work, but I will say it gets, it just gets really annoying to maintain. And I really, if you can avoid it, I would really try to avoid it. And so why does this happen? The main reason why it happens, believe it or not, is because of you either have a type or a JSON field name that is using a reserved value, right? And so what does that mean? In QuickBooks, for instance, they have a field called time, right? You're not allowed to go and have a field called, or a variable called type, right? So if I go and in this file, for instance, if I just say string time equals new string, or we don't need to do like this, fine. I believe it's this that, yeah, identifier name is reserved time, right? So that's one of the problems. The other problem is that JSON fields can start with numbers, right? And so if we look at this avatar URLs, we start with a number. We can't have that. Actually, we can, but they automatically parse as numbers because you can't have field names that start with numbers. And so I think that the tool confuses that. But maybe you can't have numbers, I don't know. I just know it's a problem. And the last thing that happens is that JSON is not consistent. So what does that mean? That means that you have, think about it like this. Let's say we have an issue, right? And we have an array of issues, right? And so issue 1 might be like an ID and a name. We'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, and a name. And this will be test, I don't know. And issue 2 might be the same, right? It might be a name and an ID, right? So I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And then test 2. But then you might have an additional field like, I don't know, created date, which will be, we'll say date, right? Doesn't matter. And so what will happen is that the tool So what will happen is that the tool will not parse this correctly. And yeah, it just becomes a pain in the ass. So how can we avoid this? What we can do is we have this value, right? And we can go to my other favorite website, JSON Formatter. We can go and basically just start removing things that we don't need, right? So we can remove these avatar URLs. They don't matter. The roles probably don't matter, but I'll leave it here for now. The versions. Issue types. So this is what I'm talking about. You see how we have like all of these issue types? Because it's an array, I really try to make these only one. Like it's an array and JSON parser can handle that, but when it gets too complex, it'll just go and not know what to do with itself. And then I'm just going to remove these account avatars. That might not have been an issue, but I really don't know or want to find out. And we can see, so this tool here is just to confirm that we didn't delete an extra comma or something like that. And so now we can go and copy this, create and download again, right? And what we can do is go back to here. We can remove all of these. And let's see if we could just do this. And now we go and this is still parsing stuff. And I'm not sure why. I would say this is an art more than a science. So no problem, because to be honest, all we need, we don't need all these fields. So we just remove more stuff. Remove some empty stuff that we don't need. Honestly, I don't think we need the issue types being returned. If we do, we'll build this out manually. We don't need the lead. Yeah, let's try that. And this is why I use this tool. Remove trailing comma. Okay. Oops. It's still, geez. All right, now we should be good. Okay, so now you can see we have something that resembles a simple class. Could we have built this out ourselves? instead of fiddling for 20 minutes? Yes, but here we are. So let's go ahead and create the class. You can, whoops. It's fine for now. Let's go ahead and take this information and sync it up. So another thing we can do is we can start organizing this into folders. What I like to do is basically we'll have a few folders, right? So if I can get this on the actual here. So I like to have a few things, right? Now we can go and if I was doing like a Jira and a QuickBooks and a whatever else I decide to integrate, like for clients, I have more folders. But basically, because this is just a Jira integration, we only need this at a top level. So I want to call out, and this is just going to store like all of our kind of shared code, right? So this Jira callout class is going to be called from every single class that we end up using. We also have we're going to have a project folder as well, right? And so this is going to start holding all of our code for the project endpoint, right? So we might have a project controller. We're going to have a project callout. We're going to potentially go and map this. We might have a helper class, right? And so we can use these folders to really go and organize our code. Additionally, inside this project folder, I'm going to have a folder called wrapper. And these generated classes that we just made are going straight in the wrapper, right? So we want this project JSON, right? And we also want the test class. And now we can go and create it here, and we can go and copy paste the code and deploy. So looking good, looking good. Now that that's done, I feel like we're kind of at a standstill with this get callout. Like I know we have the actual get project, but the problem is that we can't really do anything with that. We can, but yeah, I guess we'll go and I think we need this function at some point, so let's just go and build this out. So inside of Jira, what we need to do is we will need to go and create, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a project, right? This is the end goal. And you can see there's different things, but the biggest thing is that we need a key, right? So if we look at these required fields, we need a key, right? And keep in mind, this key is unique, right? And so we need the ability to go and tell, like, have we already used this key? And one of the best ways of doing this is by storing the key in a field in Salesforce on the account, right? We want to go and check to see if the key exists. If it does exist, we want to go and write the project ID, right, to our key, or to our account. And if it doesn't exist, then we go and yeah, I don't know. Be all happy. So what we can do then is let's just yeah, I mean, let's just keep building it out. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Because I would prefer to have this as a wizard. I was thinking about this. I was at the last place I worked, I was considering rebuilding this, and I just never got around to it before I left. But I think what I want to do is go and have this in a Lightning Web Component, which I'm not super familiar with, in the sense of like I touch Lightning Web Components like once a year because they're just so, I don't know, they're a thing. So what can we do? Let's go, and I think the plan is going to be, let's hold off on implementing this into a controller, and I'll go and implement this as a Lightning Web Component as a wizard, right? So maybe, I mean, I've almost been streaming for an hour and a half, maybe an hour. Anyway, where am I at? Hour and 12 minutes. So I think let's just try to get this create project endpoint built, and then I can figure out stuff down the line. Because there's still a lot to go here. Yeah. Let's see, before we get into that, I really need to go use the restroom, so I will take a short break here. Okay, and we're back. Okay, so yeah, so let's just get going on this post endpoint. So I think now that we're going and creating Now that we're going and creating a lot of endpoints, I think you can see where this pattern of the HTTP helper gets useful, because we can literally go and copy this, right? We can just call this body. Just call this body. Right, so we can go and literally we can see, okay, oh, well, this is from our earlier thing about reserved variables, right? So now that we have this created, we can actually go and just quickly create new code. We're not repeating ourselves. I think this is, I don't necessarily love all the literature on clean code. But this is like a really good way of not repeating yourself, but not getting like too focused in the dogma of clean code. So this is what I do. Like, again, like I build stuff for companies that's like very small, right? Like oftentimes I'm the only developer. And so this is just patterns that I've picked up to just try to make it more readable. Like when I look at my code from 5 years ago, a lot of times I just can't navigate it as quickly as I think I should be able to. So I've created rules like this to just help streamline stuff after implementing lots of projects. So Merrick Asener, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I wanted to bring something a little different. I've seen, like web dev Cody, he was going and doing this for like Next.js, right? And so I thought, yeah, like let's just bring this to Salesforce. And I thought we could do maybe a little mini series. Like if it's successful and people show up, then I'll keep going and doing this kind of like live coding stuff. So thanks for showing up. Really appreciate it. So now that we have this create project, what we need to do is we need to build this body, right? And so what I was doing in the past was having this giant mapping file, and this is literally nightmarish when it's thousands of lines long. And if you don't believe me, again, look at my Kimi mapping file, because that's how I have it set up, and it's not good to look at. It's super hard to maintain, and so I'm moving more to this style. I've watched that video as well. Do you think this will turn into AppExchange product, make it available for everyone? So the plan here is to certainly make this available. Probably not an AppExchange app. I think there's a lot of what needs to go on. Like there's a lot of like where this is now to get to AppExchange level. But my plan here, like if you look at the roadmap, is we are planning on distributing it via unlocked packages. Like if you look at my GitHub, you can actually see that you can see that I created this repo here today. So the plan here is to distribute via unlocked packages. I'll commit the code, at the end of the stream. So you can go and use this if you have Jira projects. I probably don't have a streamlined plan of turning this into an actual managed package though. No worries, you're good. Okay, so now that we have this open, let's go and create like a project mapping. So I'm just going to call this Jira project mapping, and we are going to create a new class. So from here, we want to take, and this is where it gets a little confusing because I think actually what I want to do is have this come from a Lightning Web component. And so we'll start with the account, right? So we'll start with the account. We want a string, and we want to take in an account A. And this will be good at least for like updates. So it's not like this is a a lost cause. And actually, we're not going to do this. We're going to do a Jira project JSON. So a few requirements that we need for this. We do need the actual field. So let's go and create this on the account. So I will go ahead and create an external ID as the project ID. So Jira project ID. Now, this is something, I don't know what the literature is on this. The Jira project ID, like if you actually looked at the Postman request, they store this as like they just pass this as a string, but this is a number. I do prefer to store all IDs as strings, even if they are numbers, just because Salesforce goes and puts commas in the numbers, and it makes it hard to read. So, personal preference. But so, did I create this field? Yeah. And then we can go ahead and refresh this so that then we can get IntelliSense, or whatever it's called. What we want to do is we want to create a new record. We want to JSON ID equals, what did I call this? Oops. What is it? It's alt. I thought it was alt, comma. I don't know. Just close the project thing. I called it A. Okay, we'll call it account here. JSON.name equals account.name, and then JSON.key is going to equal, let's call it test for now, and then we will return the JSON. So what we are going to do is from here, let's go and, well, let's just go ahead and test this. So how can we test this? We can go to, close these, go to our wrapper, go here. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Okay, so what I'm doing, because I'm just taking in the account, I'm just going to go ahead and use this as our way of sending the data so we can actually just test this. And so I just want to make sure that I actually deployed that. I did. So then now we can go ahead and I did want to turn on debug logs. And you can see my debug logs are expired. So I just want to turn on debug logs so that then I can not data. I probably need a stronger computer to stream, but I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, so I just turn on debug logs so that then I can see the response, because we have some debug going on here. So Jira callout, right? So that's because we have the mapping. Okay, so let's. I feel like this is where we get into the dogma, but Jira project helper. Public static void create project. Let's take an account. Oops, not Android. I thought it was, what is the command for, is it control? No. For text wrapping. Because this looks terrible. Wrap this code. Toggle, Alt-Z. Yes, this is what it is. Alt-Z. Oops. Okay, so we have a JSON here. We can go and JSON dot do nothing. So we want to Jira callout dot create project, and that's going to be JSON dot JSON dot parse. No. What is the method? And I don't like how. I'm just gonna call this project. JSON.serialize. Yes, JSON.serialize project. And that's fine for now. We'll just return this. So what I did is, I didn't want to do the deploy this. So what I just did is I just created a helper class that will go and basically glue all the code that we just wrote together, right? So we wrote a bunch of methods, but nothing really works. And now what we can do is if we create a controller, we can use this class in the controller. If we do Lightning Web Component, we can use it there. If we decide we want like a batch job, I don't know why you'd want to batch create projects, but you know, you get the idea. So now, if we use this Jira project helper class, and we execute anonymous, we get some stuff. System unsupported media type. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Probably something I'm missing is headers. Those are mildly important. So request.set header. What is the header called? It's like accept JSON, text.json, application JSON. Okay, so now that that's done, if I go back here, we can execute anonymous. And how does this look? Still a unsupported media type. Well, where's my... It's probably doing something wrong. Probably because what is this name? How did I get the name? 8 hidden properties. Name. String required. Okay. Could just be because we're... I think I know what's going on. I think one is false. Maybe it's true. We'll try it as both. Content type. Yes. No, you're right. Let's do both of these. Content is like this. I don't know. Content type. It's capitalized. All right, so let's see if this fixes this. Execute anonymous. Bad request, 400. Why am I getting a bad request? I mean, this is something you could be doing in Postman, which I probably should have done. But here we are. Bad request. Let's just do this. RS3 project. Post. Body. Why is this? Why is this? Yeah, okay, there you go. Name. Test. Key. Test. All right. So when we send this here, what do we get? Invalid project type. And this is where we're getting the 400. And we need project lead. Okay. I thought we were going to run into that, but I was too lazy to actually open the debug logs. But I'm sure if I just go and get the debug logs, we have the same thing. Invalid project type, and we need to specify a project lead. Okay. So this involves more docs. So project type key, valid values, software service desk business. Now we can just hard code that as software. Let's just do that here. Project type key. And we need a project lead. I'm surprised they don't have project lead. I'm surprised they don't have this in the docs. Now, if I just, oops, no, don't do that. If I duplicate this, whoops. Oh, whoops, 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 whoops. Sync. So I'm assuming that we'll still have this project lead. Where's their search function? Project template key, I see, okay. Assignee type? Okay, well, let's do a few more things, right? Let's get to see in the .sf.s. What is this? Yeah, we can get both of these. Assignee type, project type key, and these are both. Yeah, okay. These are both in here. Aha, they have this as the lead. The lead, this parameter, use lead account ID. Really? So the lead account ID is this. So this is my Jira account ID. All right, well, that's a thing. How do we fix this? For now, let's just, so project lead, and what was the field? Lead account ID. Lead account ID. And honestly, I'd rather just go and, yep, thanks Steve, just got it. Let's just go ahead and do this in Salesforce because it should be fine. JSON.lead account ID equals, and I'll just hard code this. We can add this wrapping here, JSON dot project type key equals software. And this is in a field, so let's go and make this a field, public string here. So then now, we can go and execute anonymous. And you can see here, we have, what do we have? We have the self, which is actually the link to the project. So I can open this in my other monitor. Right, and we also have the ID and the key. And of course, this is actually, this is the, funny, this is actual REST API endpoint. So now I'm looking at this, there's an ID and a key. Self ID key. I think we're fine with this. Okay, so Jira is very nice because they go and allow us to actually parse this on its own. So if I go back to this helper, let's do this. What was the response code on this? I think it's 200. What do the docs say? 201. Okay. Res.get status code. It's not equal 201. Let's create a Jira exception. So here we can go and throw new Jira exception and body. So that is good. Otherwise, let's go ahead and do project response, if I can type, equals dot parse response dot get body. And then now what we can do is the account dot your project ID equals project response dot ID. Creating a framework for. Hi, what are your thoughts on creating a framework for making callouts? I'm not sure what you mean in terms of a framework, Fahad, because it's like, you know, here what I have, for instance, is I just have a class here that has an HTTP helper. You know, I set the body, the headers, and the named credential here, and then I can go and just have like basically like all of my callouts are individual lines, right? Like this is a one-liner function, which makes it pretty nice. So if you're talking about a framework in this sense, I think it's good, right? If you're looking to go and build some sort of framework like Nebula Logger or something like this, you know, I'd really have to understand more of what you're looking to do. Okay, so that's really cool. So now we can actually go and run this, which is cool. Let's go ahead. Let's do a few more things. Let's go ahead and add a key. And then let's go ahead and make this key the account.jira project key. Okay, so this will allow us to actually go ahead and make the actual callouts from the Salesforce UI. So I spoke about this on LinkedIn. People are a little bit of roasting me for this choice, but I actually really love to just use just standard controllers and Visual Force page for global actions, and standard actions. And I think as long as you are not actually taking inputs, I do think this is the best option because it's super easy and you don't have to work with Lightning Web Components. So I will go and do this, and we will create project. What is the alternative that they're suggesting? That's a great question. You know, LinkedIn, full of the most well-intentioned conversations. There were no alternatives, but hey, you know, it is what it is. It was on like a post about flows. I don't know. To be honest, I think this works great. I also hear what you're saying, where you're like, well, what else are you gonna do? I guess you just do. I guess you just go and do a Lightning Web Component. I don't know. So I just feel like Lightning Web Components are so much overhead, and maybe it's a skill issue, and I'll go in and I mean, I'm about to turn this into a Lightning Web Component, as you'll see in a second. Yeah, I don't know. What you're doing is really good. Live streaming actual projects. I haven't seen anyone going live and doing development except for Salesforce themselves. Yeah, I really feel like, you know, I really feel like the Salesforce content is lacking in terms of like quality of content as well as just the breadth of content. You know, it's really difficult because, again, like I do Salesforce for work, right? And so I can't stream myself coding my clients' projects. It is what it is. But you know, because I'm going and doing this this is my own, like this is code that I'm going to be using at my company. I can do whatever I want. It's my company. So that's why I think this is cool. And I would just say if we're getting enough traction, I will probably continue doing this. Maybe some sort of weekly Sunday stream. Not sure. Not sure on the details yet, but feels good. So I'm going to keep going. So glad you're enjoying this stream. I think coding with the force also does something. Yeah, he hasn't. I don't know if he's been live recently. You know, I know he's working on his course, and he says that that's like taking up all of his time, which I can totally believe because creating content takes a long time, and I don't know what his like full-time work situation is, but yeah, no, I mean, look, like at the end of the day, if there's two people doing it, then that's not a lot of content, right? To your point. So, let's see here. So this is good. One last thing I do like to do is on these create projects, I prefer to, like on these helper functions, I do prefer to actually return the object. And the reason why is because I can get this mapping function, and just doing DML outside of the mapping function I do think is better, because if I wanted to go and create like 30, like let's say I want to create 30 projects in a row, then, and I have, instead of having this return account here, I have like update account. What ends up happening is you can't use this function. And so I do think it's best to just return the account and then update outside the function. And sometimes you don't even want to update the end object. Let's see here. One final thing we can do. Let's create a Jira error field. Not sure exactly how this will work because yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I'll have this work, because for this I do prefer to have it like this. So maybe it's a bit yeah, I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. So yeah, so anyway, so back to the controller, we can go and get the project helper. We can then go and create the project with the account, and then we can, I believe, just update the account like this. We don't need to actually return it. And then of course, we don't want to get pwned by we do not want to get pwned by SOQL. So refresh SObject, and then project Visual Force. Okay, now I don't remember. Again, this is one of these things where it's like, I literally always copy paste my code. Like I feel like part of becoming a good Salesforce developer is just having a bunch of projects where you just like, I just feel like you do the same thing over and over in Salesforce. And so like really having like some of the stuff available, I think is good. But instead of me copying some random code from my client projects, we will go and let's just go ahead and get this from Kimi. So then I can have something interesting on stream. Default pages. Stream controller is going to be account, and the extension is going to be the Jira project controller. And then the action, what did I call this? Create project. I ran into the same problem of making multiple DML segments. It's not just about bulk updates. You cannot make another call after the first and then DML. No, yeah, exactly. Like that's why I just prefer. No, you're exactly right. Yeah, like that's why I just prefer. You know, it makes it weird when you're like, oh well, you know, in this one scenario, I want to be able to just do everything in this one function, and it's like, why do I need to have in this this separate line? But then you want to go and now I want to create two projects, right? It's not bulk per se, or it's like, you know, if I want to get, you know, create an issue or something after this, right? Then the problem is that I need to go and move this out. So totally agree. Should this be converted into a queuable to support the second set of callouts and DMLs? No, I don't think it's necessary. I mean, again, it depends on how you're going about creating the project, right? So if you have, so my kind of vision for the UI is that you're going to go and you're going to create this inside the actual account itself, right? So right now I'm going to create a button, and when you use buttons, you don't, I mean, you can make it into a queuable, but I think it's a bit overkill. Like for one thing, I think it's a bit overkill, right? But let's say that you wanted to create like 20 issues, and you wanted to basically like when the Jira key was filled out, you wanted to immediately create the project. Then I think it makes sense to go and turn it on into a queuable. So it really just depends on your end goal. I don't know. I hate how the sandbox has like 4 page layouts. So hopefully I selected the right one. Also, don't know if I love. I've been trying out, like Arc browser is like super popular. It's not available on Linux, unfortunately. But I've been trying out this side tabs thing, and I'm not sure I love it. I got to be honest, because I feel like every time I go here, and it just like always stays open, and it just gets really frustrating to work with. But I don't know. So I'm just going to create a sample test account. So test account. And test 2, we'll call this, right? And so we'll just go ahead and create the project. Yeah, you can see here, this just stays open. I don't know. Project with that name already exists. I'm not very creative in my test data, I will be honest. Test project. Now look at that. And you can see the other thing too that I like about this is why I love this. So I'll show this again in a second. But you can see we have this new project ID created. Works great. But the other thing that I really like about this system, right? So we can't, if we do this, we will throw an error. But you can see how like level of effort to go and do this is like super low, and we're getting errors directly to the end user. I mean, some end users get their maybe get a little frustrated because it's like, okay, I don't know, like I don't know what this is. I just see an error. But you don't have to throw the error stack. You can just throw like an actual message, right? So it's like we can't create a project when we can't create a project when there's already an ID, right? And you can go and throw that error. So it's super good. I love it. Really big fan of this pattern. I'm not sure why people are not like this or not appreciative of it. But speaking of this, one of the things that we want to do is, so we create a project. We also want to go and update a project, right? So I'm not sure, maybe I can open this in a different tab and not just be I do wonder if I should have just ran this on an empty empty Jira instance instead of my own, but it's all good. Hopefully I'm not dropping any frames. So slow. Let's close some tabs. Close some tabs here. Figure this out later. Work is not important. Close a bunch of these tabs too. So slow. I have an actual potato for a laptop. Like I got this. I have a LG Gram, which I was going and I was doing the whole digital nomad thing. It was super great having this super lightweight laptop, but it's like now I want to do things like stream and edit videos. Like I've been using DaVinci Resolve, and I bought like a different computer, and I bought a MacBook, and it was Mac OS is just so bad compared to Linux. I don't know. I just sound so yeah. I don't know. Can I please open Jira? So yeah, no, that's at some point I'll be back in the US, and then I will go and buy a better computer, and that will mean more streams. And I know there's a few people. How's the mic quality? Because normally I use like a compressor mic for the videos, and then I can run it through software so that then it's not you don't hear all the background noise. So how's the audio feel for you guys? You make another button for that, or update the current one to sync project. Yeah, so what I like to do, and I actually changed this for Kimi. I think this is much better, and I'm open to suggestions on naming, but it's like, I really think that when you have like multiple buttons where it's like create project and update project, like your end users don't care. And so it's like they just want to be able to like push it to the other system. And so it's the same as Git. I just put push project, like in Kimi I say like push to QuickBooks, and then pull from QuickBooks. And I actually think that language works really well. I know it's a bit developer-y, but I think it's very clear. Whereas it's like, yes, like create project, but then you have like create project versus update project. And I'm sure you can just have like dynamic buttons on your page layouts, but it's like why do that? Just handle the logic in Apex, right? And I'll show you how to do that. Audio's good? Okay, good. Yeah, no, so I will, because I'll be traveling soon, so I'm glad, because this is like a $10 mic or something, and this takes up this much space as opposed to the compressor, which takes up a lot of space. How many monitors do you have? I have like one external monitor, right? So I have a 24, so I have a Logitech, I don't know what it is. I think it's like a $60 webcam from Logitech. And then it's I have like a 24-inch LG monitor, and then I just have my laptop right here. So every time I'm looking over here, it's because I'm reading chat. Yeah. So let's see here. Did Jira end up loading? No, it didn't. Such a shame. View all projects. Here we go. Maybe I should just... Okay, so this isn't bad. This is not bad. So this is what we're looking at for the project. I don't know, what does back to project do? Oh, because this is just taking me straight to the issues. Okay, so what I want to do from here is I want to go and create, I'm going to go ahead and create a few things. First of all, let's do this. So what is this? Projects, test 2 issues, but I don't like this. What was the issue? What was the URL that I had here? Software projects, test 2. Really? You can't find this. Am I getting issues? I see. Okay, because I don't have the board. So okay, so let's do this. Let's fine. Let's go ahead and create the object. In the breadcrumbs, try clicking on the project name itself. Here. Yeah, but I think it just takes me back to here. So, okay. Let's do this. Let's create a formula field. Jira project URL. And we can do, yeah, it's all good. Appreciate it. Jira project key. Okay, but I think we also want this to be a hyperlink, right? I don't know. Does this? I can never remember. Is this going to be a clickable link? I know someone's going to tell me in chat, and it's already going to be implemented by the time it comes over on my side. Details. What the good news is not even up here yet. Okay, well, let's go and deactivate this now. I'm going to be working with Lightning Web Components. So this is a quick hack. I don't know if you guys do a lot of Lightning Web Component stuff, but yeah, URL friendly name target. Yeah, I just don't know if it automatically comes up, but anyway, session. So I don't know if you guys do a lot of Lightning Web Component development, but if you do, you'll probably be very familiar with the setting, and if not, this is like Yeah, this is gonna make your life a lot easier. There's a setting here, enable secure and persistent browser caching to improve performance. Just uncheck that. If you're in a sandbox, like just waiting for Lightning UI updates is a pain. And so I saw the drafts, and it is much better. Yeah, so I see what you're saying, because I can just change this name, but I don't necessarily need to, because this opens in another project, right? All right, this opens in another tab, and I don't need to do anything else, and it's a update already. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you put it blank for the target, so it updates in another thing, and like I could have this actually be like some friendly URL that's not the whole URL, but I think it's fine like this. Does streaming actually motivate you to do the project? I don't know. I mean, this is my first time. I don't necessarily have like my kind of big problem right now is focus. Like I'm trying to do like too many things at once, and that's really bad because you can't do a lot of things. You know, I saw this like Sam was it Sam Owens, the guy from school, where he has this like diagram of a sun that goes in all, like a circle that goes in all different directions as opposed to like a line that goes in one direction. And so, yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, candidly, I just saw the, like someone like WebDev Cody and people like this who are going and streaming, and I was like, I could stream. How hard could it be? And so that's kind of the whole purpose of streaming. But for this project, I actually like really need this project because I have like no idea like how much I've done for my clients based on the projects that I told them. So this is gonna get done eventually. It's just whether or not I stream it or not. So and of course, so it's like I think there's some feature creep as well that can be put in the project when you go and stream, which is not necessarily bad. Like I wasn't planning on necessarily building a like a Lightning Web Component wizard to actually create the project and test. I'll show you guys how to do this, but you know, I think in the long run it'll be better. So yeah, reading chat and doing the project must be really hard. Plus you get nervous if you do something silly. Come on. I mean, you know, yeah, reading chat, but the thing is like, yeah, like you just gotta like answer questions and then you go and work, and then you answer questions and then you go and work. I mean, you definitely take longer, but you can't, like right now I'm just answering chat. But yeah, something silly. I mean, look, like I forgot the content type header. I forgot, you know, how to make a URL in a Salesforce formula. So, you know, it's perks of the job. I feel like, I don't know, you just, these people, they just go and do stuff for fun, and it's all good. So, okay, so we have this. Now, just going back quickly, so who was it? It was yeah, Merrick. Like you were asking, create project versus push project. I'm going to go and implement this as push project, and the reason why is because I actually just want to implement this logic straight into the button itself. And so if we go to the actions here, we can go and change this name. Thankfully, we haven't done anything here. Just push project to Jira, and then we can do that. This is job though for streamer. It can be easy, but we're all in the same boat. We can't be developers without the music. Yeah, exactly. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and implement this update logic. So what we'll notice here is if we go ahead and press create project, This might give an error because this button doesn't exist. So if I go ahead and push the project to Jira, you can see we get this invalid request payload. I am assuming that the only reason why we're getting this error is because there's no ID, or because we're providing an ID, right? So if we go back to this mapping document here, you can see we actually just map the ID straight up. And that's a problem. It's great for this. Oh my God, talking so much. So it's great for having this be one function, but the problem is that we need to actually go and handle that on the Jira side. So for updating projects, they have a put call, and you just go and put the ID in the URL. And so the ID isn't even in the body data. And so first of all, let's go ahead and delete that. And the next thing we'll want to do, so this is how I prefer it. Again, I think there's like a million ways to skin a cat, but what I like to do is request body. Update project. Put and wait, how do they do this? Just so now I'm trying to think of the best way of doing this. Because we're not actually passing in the account. So what I'll probably do, here's what I will do. This is like a good middle ground where yeah, this is probably fine. So what I'm doing is I just want to go and break out this logic, and normally I like to keep this actually in this callout function. So I'll have like creator update project here. But the problem is I can't do anything, like because I'm just passing in a body here, I can't really do anything. And I would prefer to just keep these nice and clean. So I will go and on this helper function, I'll have this creator update project, and I can just pass in the account. And then what I can say, like if string dot is blank, and then the account dot Jira project ID. Then we can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we want to update the project. Right? Update project from string. Okay. So I think I did it like this. So account.jira project ID. Just another thing on strings, like IDs stored as strings. It's like, again, this ID is an integer and we could store it as an integer, but it's like, I just feel like if you store it as strings, you're never I just feel like you're never converting it unless you're talking to the third-party system. Whereas it's like, if this is stored as an integer, I need to go and make this like string.value of, so then I can pass it here. Like, it's just, I mean, if not here, then I have to do it inside the method. It's just, I don't know. I prefer it here. This is why I prefer it like this. Maybe we can add some comments. I don't know. Create if no Jira ID. Great. Now what I don't know is the, gotta head out, we're watching the video. Yes, thank you so much for stopping by, Merrick. Have a good one. So this is 200. And this will be and. So let's see here. I think, let's see. So now, if I just go back to Salesforce, I push this, this should work. That's a problem. Take two. This is why YouTube videos are better. You just when I do these coding videos, I literally take screenshots because this is how I code, and it's, yeah. So now you can see, like, we ran this and we didn't run into any issues, and so what I'm assuming is we can call this like test project update, and then now what we want to do is we want to go and see if we refresh, we can see it's called test project update. Yep, perfect. Look at that. Brilliant. So that's that logic. Now I know someone was like, I think it might have been Merrick, I'm not sure, but someone was like, oh, should you move this to a queuable? And if you wanted to go and basically run this, instead of having to push the button, you have the, instead of having to push this button here, you just update the name and then it automatically updates. That would be a way of performing that. But we don't want to do that. And actually, we don't even want to use this name field at all, because I feel like in a real business setting, you're going to have like, you know, company, you know, like Acme LLC. And I am not a big fan of having business names in my Jira projects because, I don't know, I'm a purist. And so like, I literally have like Acme LLC or LLCL dot whatever, right? I will have this as the actual account name inside of Salesforce. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to have like its own field, because that way then we can just separate out the logic. Jira. And I don't know if you can have duplicate values. That would be something to look into. I'm going to go ahead and say you probably can't, case insensitive. Which is good, because then if you're having duplicate accounts, which no one who's ever had Salesforce has ever had a duplicate account, so you would never need to account for this. But if someone, like me for instance, decided to create a duplicate account, I would know. So that would be a way of solving that. Okay, so that is actually the skeleton of being able to create, like if we go back to this document here, we can now basically go to from an account to a project, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, my original plan was to stream for 2 hours and spend 2.5 hours, but we got a vibe going. We got 2 viewers, three viewers. I say we keep going. So what I want to do is I want to basically, I want to create a wizard, because I don't like users going and inserting these fields directly, and so I would prefer to actually just have a wizard. So I will create a Lightning Web Component, but I'm going to take a short break here, and I need to get some water because I've been talking and I never talk this much. So I am a coding hermit. So let me go and take a short break. Yeah, we should be good to go. Get this cord out. Okay, so plan here is we have the account of project, and let's just go ahead and make it a wizard. Before I do that, let me just go ahead and commit some of this. Added yeah, I know someone had asked, oh, is this going to be available? I can't open my GitHub on stream. This is going to get some taking used to. But this is the link here to the GitHub repo, I guess. Okay. Maybe I can edit the stream. So you got the GitHub repo in the description. So brilliant. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go and get a wizard up and running. And this will be kind of interesting. So the plan here is to have some sort of ability for clients to the idea is to have clients be able to basically check. Like, part of the problem is that if you go and create a project with a duplicate key, right? So if I create a new project with this test2 key, then what's going to happen is there's going to be an error, and that sucks. And so what I did the last time I built this is I had a button that you would put in a key, and then you would test and confirm that the key is valid, and then you would go and once that was done, then you would go and check to see that the then you could go and do other stuff in the integration, and that is not really the best way of going about things. I would actually just prefer a Lightning Web Component. Keep in mind, I actually did build this before Lightning Web Components existed, so yeah. So let's just go ahead and create a Lightning Web Component. So I think I think it has to be like this Jira project wizard. I'm not sure. Yeah, this should be good. And it's been so long since I did a Lightning Web Component, but and they also like just recently gave the ability to run as an action. Like, this is the, like, we go back again, like when we talked about this earlier about how, oh, I was using Visualforce pages to run as an action. Like, I don't know, you were supposed to, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just too, this guy's just living rent free in my head, I guess. I don't know. So let's just go ahead and do the old copy paste. Master label form fill. Well, target configs, and then I just miss this closing tag. Like, when was this added? Did they have in the article when it was added? This is published in 21, since summer 21 release. Really? Man. Okay, so let's see here. I just want to, what do I want to do? I know I want API. It's been so long since I've done this. Lightning record edit form. We will create a mini form that captures. Create screen actions. Oh, well, fuck the mobile users, I guess. Amog Pachil. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. So now that we've freed up the create project name, we can create another button called create project. But I think this makes sense. This is two separate things, right? And so now, if I go and add this to the wizard. So how does this work? Here's some content for the modal Bobby. Ah, okay. My action. Okay, very cool. This must be new. I'm just gonna say like everything's new. I'm like a Lightning Web. I've said this before. I'm a Lightning Web Component noob. I know I have like a whole video on this, but I have just been. It's been so long since I've done this because I literally use. Like the thing about Lightning Web Components is they're super. I feel like they're pretty difficult to make, and like the Salesforce, like it is outdated, but it's robust, right? And so you can do most of the things that you want to do in Salesforce without building Lightning Web Components if you're doing like Sales Cloud, Service Cloud. Right, so most of the Sales Cloud, Service Cloud stuff, like I'm sure there's reasons to build Lightning Web Components, but like you're doing some like pretty heavy custom stuff if you need to build Lightning Web Components. Like the Salesforce UI is pretty robust. Now that can't be if you're like if you're doing communities, man, you're building everything from scratch, man. Like if you want to build a search component, you have to build that from scratch. It's the Wild West out there. Harshit, bro, I hope you will save this live stream on YouTube. You are in luck, buddy, because this is staying on the internet forever, as long as YouTube exists. So, yes, the point is to kind of do some coding, hang out, and I hope you guys are learning something. I'm really trying to provide value through this, and yeah, hope you guys are enjoying. So let's see here. Now we do need the API. Now what is better, wire versus API for getting the record? Probably can use them. Okay, track. I think we want wire. We will want wire, but that's not what I thought it did. Create a form, record ID, API record ID. Okay. Just copy paste this. Alt Z. And they're using the Lightning element. Ah, this is very cool. Yeah, we'll. I feel like I need to do more of this stuff because this actually seems like it's pretty robust, and maybe my whole Lightning Web Component thing is a skill issue. So now if I save. I think I probably need to they probably go and have this on click handle submit. Yeah, handle success. So then and then do you just, how does this work? Do you pass in oh, you pass it in, okay. In brackets. Handle success, I think was the function called. No, man, I've been coding in React and Next.js, and it's like it's just a different world. Like I don't know. Like I do feel like it's good to go and I do feel like it's good to go and get some experience with other languages. Like once you have like real fundamentals down, just so you could see like the advantages of like other programming languages. And man, like just end-to-end type safety, like being able to see like types of objects, like not even types of objects. Like one of the like problems in Salesforce is it's like if you want to see if an ID is an ID, it is extremely difficult. And it's like there's no good way of compiling and seeing that the ID that you are passing is actually an ID from the correct object, right? So obviously if you go and have, just as a tangent, if you go and have like an ID, like if you have an ID that's 15, what is this? 14, 15. So this right here, this is a valid ID, right? I'll prove it. I will literally prove this. Let's see if I can, where's my ID here? ID, so we can just comment this out. Test equals, like this is ridiculous. Like this is a valid ID, which to me, it's like I feel like this is probably like, it's probably nitpicking, but it's like this matters in the sense that, look, no errors were thrown, anonymous block, invalid ID. Okay, I'm just lying for free. I forget, maybe it's like 111. I don't know. Anyway, the point is it's like you can pass stuff like this in and like the compiler doesn't know. And the reason why that's a problem is because this doesn't matter, right? Like no one's passing in 15 zeros as an ID. But if you have to know, like, okay, is it an account ID like 001, or like, you know, I don't know what opportunity might be 3 or 5, or, you know, then you have like the custom objects. Like this is where it gets really frustrating, is it's almost impossible to tell, or you have to build like a whole function to figure out that you're passing in the wrong ID. And this only happens when you runtime execute. Like you're going and using this type safe language where you're supposed to, like, the compiler, I do think that like part of the purpose of a compiler and like being able, like needing to go and compile and having all this type safety is to go and protect yourself from passing in, you know, wrong IDs. Like I've passed in a contact ID when it should have been a case ID or a contact ID or an account ID or whatever. And it's I'm not gonna say it's like the biggest problem in the Salesforce ecosystem, but it's really frustrating to work on stuff like this. I don't know. Has anyone ever passed in the wrong ID? Am I just, you know, I don't know. Super frustrating. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Okay, so before we get to this, I do want to also, this is done. 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 I did want to create a wizard. Create project wizard. There's something else. Yes. Get, this is what get user ID on hard code. And I just realized I committed my code with my Jira user ID hard coded, so hopefully that's not a problem. And let's do this. Let's also to do on hard code. Great. Deploy that. Okay, so back to this whole wizard thing. So this is actually really cool. One last thing I forgot to do. I did forget how to So I don't know, is there like a good way of, is there a good naming convention for Lightning Web Components? Contact, like they just call it contact controller. So probably what I'll do is call this project wizard controller. Or enabled public static boolean key check Jira key available. And I think we just want to take in a string of key, right? So we want to go and do some good old documentation. Param potential key potential Jira key at return true if key take. Great. So then we can go and, what's the best way of doing this? Project ID or key. Okay, so then we'll probably have to fix that in our documentation. But basically, how do I want to do this? More project key. So what we can do is we can do the Jira callout dot get project, and then we're taking the key, and then we just want to I don't know. So what is it? Just close this and this. 200 returned if successful. Okay, so if it equals 200, then it exists. So if it doesn't equal 200, then say not. Wait. So if it's equal, then it's available. To not available. Wait, so we want to turn true that key has not been taken. Yeah, okay, available. Okay, this kind of sucks because if you read the docs, this returns 404 if not found, returns 200 if found. This is all according to the docs, right? Jira would never lie to me. But the bigger problem is that like returns, what is it, 401 if you're unauthorized. Right, we can even just link this in the documentation. And the reason why this is a problem is if we go and figure out, I don't know what the best behavior is if it's unauthorized. That's the problem. But that's a problem for another day. Problem for another day. So now what we can do is we can go import this here. And then what we can do is, what's the best way of doing this? Did I not just have this in a handle search? So you can just call this available. Async handle key check, and then we can and they want to do it like this. Fine. I'm just not a big fan of this pattern, but I understand why they do it like this. Key. That's why the vent. Yeah, well, it's just what did I call this method? Check Jira key available. And then what's the parameter called? Key, I believe. Key is this dot key. All right. Going strong. Now I want, let me just do, what is it? It's like this, right? It's been so long. It's probably fine. Oops. Because I need a form element. So let's see here. Okay, so just quickly. So what I'm trying to do is so in Jira, right, we have a project key, and I basically need to check to see if this project key can be used, and then if it's good to go, then I can go and create the project. But I need someone to be able to input this. So that's what I'm doing. Lightning layout, flexibility, grow. It's fine. Again, like I'm not. Not super super familiar with all of the best ways of doing this in terms of like lightning elements, but we can figure it out. Project key, and then we want the actual key here, and then I'm trying to think what we want. Could we just get like a button for now? I don't. What is the button? Like I need all of the. I think it's this. I don't know. Like I feel like they had like a. I feel like they had something that was like all of the. All of the elements. Because I'm assuming it's just called like Lightning Web Component, Lightning Web Component button or something. But I don't remember, and I can't find the thing that I want to open. Super frustrating. Let me see, Lightning Web. Please tell me this is still Thank you. Okay. Very good. Jeez. I feel like such a big noob. Okay, so this is actually what I was looking for. Let's go ahead and save this. Call it toolbox or something. The button. Label. Title looks like a link. Check. Key. And handle key check. And then button icon. And this is not quite what I wanted. Dynamic icon. Here we go. Not quite what I want. Icon. I think this is what I want. So we can copy paste this. And then we want an if statement. How do we do this? Lightning if. Bring this here. Whoops. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so what I want to do is this is like not even a complete thing, but it's fine. Yeah, it's like here. I really don't like this. Like, I guess this is just not, we'll figure this out later, but I hate that all of my text is highlighted in yellow right now. Okay, so does this work? False. Okay, so this is A, B, C, D. Okay, so I know like the problem that I just this is super ugly now that I got rid of the whole thing that made my code all yellow. But okay, so this is work. So you can see here. Like you can see here. So basically, if I have a project key of ABCD, it's not a right. This is actually available, right? And if I put a project key of test, this is false because we already created this as well as test2, right? I don't know what, like if I did, because I think this can only be like 6 or something. So that might be a problem. We can maybe do a limit of what does the Jira key thing say? Like if I create a key, I thought it was the max length of 6. The maximum length is 10. Okay, so can we do like a max length? Yeah, 10. So then if I go and what does that look like if I so that should be valid. I'm not sure what happens here. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look at the request of what's going on there. But that because it's like a yeah, I'm not sure. Because it might be returning here, and then also we're not getting any like I'm not sure if I just didn't push this. Yeah, maybe I just didn't push it. Yeah, okay. So let's try that again. So yeah, now I can only do 10. So that works. So that looks good. Let's look through the icon library and see what can actually like I really just want like a check. For if it's available. So I'm assuming that that's what just if available, then it's check. and then it's X. I can just, but they're not action, right? So I'm not sure. Close. Okay, this is called close. So now I do actually need to refresh this. I don't know. Oopsie. It's layout shift from Salesforce. So there's nothing. Then I don't know if there's a minimum. There's probably a minimum that we need to do. And these don't even show up. So why don't they show up? And is it because of, is it the error? Like if I just go and, yeah, so these aren't showing up. So that is because they are, do I just need to do standard? So I need to probably do the, so what is this? Utility slash, so maybe I just need to do, I probably need to do like utility, like this. Yeah, okay, there we go. I don't know, can we get colors on these? Variants. That should work. Variant. Error. Variant success. Yeah, guys, I don't know if you're just stopping by, but if you guys have any Salesforce questions, let me know. What we're doing here today, we are building a Jira and Salesforce integration. So I have gone and created a lot of the API calls. Like if you go back in the stream, you can see that. And then right now I'm working on a wizard that will go and create the actual account for a, or create the project from an account. So that's what we're working on right now. And yeah. I may take another break. I do feel pretty gassed, but I may do one more push. Yeah, so this looks good. This looks good. Yeah, because I do feel like we're pretty close to actually having this wizard created. It's not perfect, but yeah, we're pretty close. So yeah, gonna go on a short break here, and be right back. I don't know, can I just do like a text? Okay, break, BRB. Oops. Perfect. All right, be right back. Now you can see. I don't know, whatever. I'll be back. All right, we're back. Yeah, so this is going to be one final push, I think, for me. I'm going to try to finish this wizard, and then probably should call it because I'm getting tired, and there's more to come. So I will not get everything done here today. My plan here is to stream. Basically just stream this as a project until it gets done. That was kind of my original plan, and I will stick to that. So you can see kind of what this whole thing looks like. Let's see here. So we need a project name. I don't know, can we get formatting? What is this? Configure. Let's just use prettier, please. Thank you. So one of the things that I wanted to do oh. Sure, I never understand. I never understand prettier guys. Okay. Yeah. How do they want this here? Improve conditionals, else if. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's a better way of doing this, but is what it is, right? Not check key equals true, and then we can have probably on here disabled. think we need to wire this or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the best, like, again, this is, like in React, I feel like this is super easy. In Salesforce, this is like, I mean, I feel like we're coding for cavemen. I don't know. I don't know. Submit disabled. Oh, fuck state for now. It's not important. Disabled equals has checked, not check key. So you can see here now we have, look at this, create project. So we have the project key, so we can do like test. Now it's not available, so we still can't quite do that yet, but test 1. That looks great. Looks good. And then we can obviously create the project, which doesn't do anything right now. But yeah, I mean, I like the look of this. Incremental improvements. What do I want to do now? I guess just run the submit, right? Now, one of the things, no, I just closed all this out. But so what I want to be able to do is basically 2 things. I think there's 2 things remaining here. I want to be able to disable if the key is not taken. And then I want to go and, yeah, I want to disable if the key is not taken. And then I want to go and create the record. And the record seems easy enough, but I don't know with complex params. So I don't know if we can pass in an actual check apex types, wrapper parameter object. Account ID. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. This is good. But this is not quite what I want, because the problem is yeah, this is the problem, is that I can't use this exact thing. Record picker dynamic target. This is a good recipe? I don't know. Extends. They don't. Record picker only supports a statistical target. Where'd the toolbox go? I think I still have it on my other screen. I don't know. Is there a good way, like, how can I create? I probably shouldn't just be doing unfettered. No, I don't want the full record. What is this? Yeah, this is not very helpful. I mean, the problem is like we don't actually have the problem is we don't actually have the record, right? We only have the record ID, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like we kind of need to like we kind of just need to use, what is it here? Like they have this, like, where is it? Record. Like this would be nice. But you see how we only have like the record ID and the object API name. And so the problem is that we can't, I don't think we can use this. Record form. I'm not sure what the difference is. To me, creates an editable form or display. Now this could be nice. This must be a recent addition, because I remember I built something custom for this. Actually, I believe it's in the key. If you look at Kimi, the setup wizard, I believe, uses some custom path. But yeah, none of this is going to work. So get record. So get record. So what does this do? Get record. I think this is fine. We'll want this later on, but let's see here. We can go. What was I gonna do? Did I copy JavaScript? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Wire get record. Record ID. Ensure it is imported. Yes. Now, does... Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like people are just gonna, like, never shut up. Or, I feel like I'm just gonna never shut up about this stuff. I mean, let's just do this. Let's see here. So, let's see here. I needed project key, project name, I should also probably import the project ID. So then Then. Oh, interesting. Well, and they say to do it like this. Not sure if I need track, but I think because right now I'm listening to music, and next time I will see if I can like just put if I can just put the music in on the stream, because it's probably a little dull just hearing me type, but I don't know, maybe that's what you guys are into. I don't know. Now, why did I do this? I literally, did I even need to do this? I did, because I need to actually see if the project ID has been taken. But this shouldn't actually be an issue. And then, okay, I'm just gonna close this. We're not doing this anymore, so. So if I do test, one more time. I think I did this the other way around. No, it should be, I don't know. I'm not sure why this is working. Okay, so let's just go. Let's make this. I'm not sure. How do I want to do this? So I do think we'll want to just create the project. Like we'll just wire it into the button at the bottom instead of that custom button. But I can fix that later. Now, what are we gonna need? We're gonna need the key. We're going to need the string project name, right? And I mean, honestly, we're just gonna need an account ID. I feel like I'm trying to over-engineer this, and I feel like this is like really straightforward because we can just create we can just create a new account like this instead of trying to like pass in an actual instead of trying to actually pass in the account object, like we can just create the account like this and then do what we need to do. So and I also don't think like this isn't that big of a deal. Like this isn't a 30-step wizard, so I think it's okay if we don't. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm doing here. Key, count.jira project name equals project, what did I call it? Project name. And then let's just refresh. So the mapping here, we want this to be Jira project name like this, deploy, and then we go to I think this is fine, to be honest. Like, we can just do something like this. Right? And then what we can do is inside the JavaScript here. What do we call this? And then what are the key, project name, and account ID? And it's not the, it's the create project that we want to do. I think this is fine. This created. I don't know if the variant's error. What do they call the variant on the HTML side? It's probably the same. Yeah, error makes sense. So then on this, on the create project, we want to handle project create. Well, that could have been the reason why. Whoa, 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 whoa. Script error. What did I do wrong? Oh, I see the problem. On click, handle name change. Name. Not well. I'm literally just writing code and handle name change. Just feel like there's so much goddamn fucking boilerplate. Also, hopefully next time I'm not sick, so that'll be a thing. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen, but all right. Let's see what's going on here. Script throw exception. Okay, I see. Let's try this again. Do I even need this? No, I don't. Hold on. One more try. Let's. Oh my god, the layout shift in Salesforce is always so bad. So this should fail. Yes, could not create Jira. Thank you. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. So let's do this. Let's like instead of this button, we can have this button here. So this doesn't need to be a button. Oh, but what was the variant here? Brand. Okay. So this is a little bit better because we can actually just go and use the same. We can actually wire into the Lightning web component look and feel. So, okay. I'm feeling energized. We're actually really close. I feel like we're hobbling along, but test, check key, this false, test. Okay, but if I do A, B, C, D and test, but I probably already have something called test. That's probably the problem. You must specify test. Man, create project. You must specify a valid project name. What is the project name I'm giving it? That is the real question. Like, let's just do this. Let's go and Hmm. Now, why is this happening? Project name. Probably project. Hmm. Seems to be the problem. Minor issue. Okay, so project, okay, so ABCD, check key, we're good. Okay, progress, that's the inverse of what's supposed to happen, but we're doing good. Okay, so can create project equals false. It should be the opposite of this. So that's a little embarrassing. And I'm still not sure why why this button just I can't disable it. I don't know why. Like here, but if I do test, I'm not sure. This is very strange. But we'll roll with it for now. So then test 1, 2, 3, create project. Okay. A, B, C, D. We have this new project here. Test 1, 2, 3. Bam! We did it, guys. Wow. Wow, I feel like I'm on cloud 9 right now. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. So we got this Lightning Web Component working. Let's see. So what do we need to do? So that's pretty awesome. GG. Yes. Thank you, Jesse. Yes. Oh my God. I feel like I've been. I mean, how long have I been live? 4 hours, and I got one thing done. So that's good. I don't know. Yeah. We probably just style it and call it a night. I'm pretty happy with that. I think basically, I actually think that's pretty much everything that I want in terms of functionality. I would just say the only thing that's missing, which is not something I'm looking to implement today, is like some sort of project lead selector. The problem with the project lead selector is that I don't even have, like, if you look at the code, my project, my user ID is hard coded in the system. Even furthermore, like my not only is it hard coded, but I'm also yeah, like it's hard coded, and then I'm also going and like I'm the only person, and so I don't know, like maybe I'll go and implement that, but for another day. For now, let's just go and style this and call it a night. Okay, so the first thing is I really liked, where was it? Ah, nice. Yes. I'm so happy that they conveniently linked this to me. I was looking at this for a long time. Create form in the modal body. So what does this say here? Hide. But why would they start with the disabled equals false? This doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know why they do this here. Okay, but lightning quick action panel. No, I was just getting a bunch of default slot. I think the problem is it's just in beta, so that's why I'm getting all of this. Hold on. So I think the problem here is this is in beta, so that's why I'm getting like all of this error. Hopefully I'm not sick the next time I stream. Jesus. Which is super, like, this is literally unusable. Filter the list using I don't know. Oh, I don't know how to close elements either. And we don't need this anymore. You know what? Honestly, they started this with false, so this is the problem. This is the problem. I see. This is a shitty name. This is the problem. Project creation disabled. True. Now, well, okay, hold on. I forgot to. change the name here. Okay, we're doing well. We're actually doing really well. I'm feeling good about this. We're yeah, I would just say like basically the last thing, if data dot how does this work? I don't know, how do I get the field value? Is it here? Like where do they user.data get field value? Okay. This.user if data what is this? We don't need this. We do need this here. What happened? I see. Okay. Well, that would be like I realize it's simple, not easy, but it's like I feel like so much of this stuff would be so much faster. Like why can't I just import this automatically? Why am I getting no errors if this doesn't import? I don't need, can you even use TypeScript? I don't know. Like to me this just seems like a lot like again going to this whole like conversation about like Lightning web components are overkill. Like it's not that I think that Salesforce is now actually in a pretty good place where you can do a lot of cool stuff. Like what we're doing here with the Lightning Quick Action panel, this wasn't possible, I don't think, like 2-3 years ago. I mean, again, this component's in beta, right? So how long it's been in beta, who knows? But yeah, like I just feel like this this wasn't possible like 2 years ago. And so it's like in terms of like possibilities of what you can do with Lightning web components, like it's very good, but the developer experience is terrible. Like I am going, and there's no types. Like obviously I'm using JavaScript, right? But it's like I don't even know that I've like imported or not imported functions. Like I don't know, like the field change was wrong. Like at some point, like I think I'll continue streaming here. Like I'm working on a project in Next.js and React, so that's why I'm like talking about this and complaining about it, right? But the thing is it's like when I go and use these technologies, like I don't have these issues, and it's like it's just so slow, like in a way that like I don't know, like I can go and make a video about like Salesforce DevOps, and it feels very fast because it's like I can push, like Apex is slow in the sense of it's, you know, it takes, like you have to do a lot, right? Like when you go, you have to write test classes, you have to write like, you know, I wrote a lot of code today, right? Like, you know, if we look at all of the code that I wrote here, I wrote a decent amount of code. You know, I had, you know, this is a 4-hour stream, 4.5-hour stream. By the first hour, I had the authentication up and running. Like, obviously, like I know what I'm doing. I've written this integration before, but in that sense, like you can get a lot done with Apex, and you could push between environments. It's not that bad. But to go and write this, like I spent 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half, building the actual like integration. I mean, obviously, like this is what I'm really good at. I spent 2.5 hours to write, you know, because this I don't need anymore. 80 lines of code, and most of these like lines of code is just like brackets. Like 3 lines of code, like this, you know, 3 lines for one function, right? Like, I don't know, like Salesforce is a thing. But yeah, that's sorry to go on a rant here. I'm just feeling good because that's, yeah, we got this wizard up and running. So I'm super happy about that. I'm sure I could check if the name gets updated, but I think it's in a good place, and I'm pretty gassed. I mean, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so this seems like a good place to me to wrap up. Let me just go in. I don't even know. Does this? How does this show up in GitHub? I didn't even know. Did this work? Like, oh, well, the problem is I haven't pushed these. Okay, well, that's a reasonable reason to not get shown, to not be shown up. So let's just go and commit added. Yeah, so here's where we're at. We got project creation, like, so we authenticated with Salesforce, we created a project from an account, we implemented the get and the post for the project, we created the project creation wizard. I'm actually like pretty happy with this, how this turned out. I might do like a small tutorial on this, like yeah, like I think there was like a lot of things here that I can turn into a tutorial. Just like a quick tutorial. I don't know. Like I feel like, again, like one of the most popular videos on my channel is Lightning Web Component tutorial, so I probably will turn this into a small little tutorial. I'm not sure if I'll do that or if I will go and do like a whole Jira thing. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, so then we have some more stuff. I will probably do this again next week. This was actually a lot of fun. Just being able to go and talk to some people and hang out. So yeah, and then this is our little thing, right? So doing well. So thank you, everyone. I had a great stream, and